Welcome. This video is the culmination of over 50 hours of raw footage, 22 separate episodes, 3 movie compilations, and an unhealthy amount of nights spent editing this entire story together. As the story of a randomly generated survivor plays out, all I ask is that you drop a like down below, or consider subscribing if at any point you find yourself enjoying the content. Without further ado, enjoy. Meet Jamie Nichols, an obese police officer that has spent more time behind a desk than on patrol, and who is entirely unaware of the crumbling of society due to his fear of going outdoors. As this extremely unlikely survivor begins to realize what has happened, he thinks back to the oath of pacifism he had once taken following a deadly call. Having vowed never to harm another person again, he must struggle with separating these new shambling creatures from the people they once were. Hearing the strained cries of the hungry creatures outside, Jamie arms himself with a letter opener from his desk and begins to search his now vacant office building. Too afraid to step outside, he comforts himself with the last bag of chips and a vending machine he had grown all too fond of during his shifts. Realizing how sparse the building was for supplies, Jamie finally swallows his fears and crawls his way out the back door. Creeping to a nearby car, he is able to snatch a garden rake before the first rotting biter begins to close in. Too scared to fight in the open and surrounded by fog, Jamie retreats back inside to clumsily deal with the first true threat. Knowing that the meager weapons he had secured wouldn't protect him for long, Jamie looks across the street and spots a nearby hardware store, though it is guarded by a few stray shamblers. Cutting down 2 more infected, he eventually makes it across the road and inside the empty business. Scanning and searching the shelves, he is thrilled to discover a variety of essential tools: hammers, axes, crowbars, and other vital supplies that could secure his safety. Unable to move the majority of the loot, Jamie decides to try and clear the rest of the building in hopes of establishing a safe house for the foreseeable future. Sneaking to the next door business, a large hint of the horrors of the undead is revealed, as a sizable group mindlessly shuffle outside the large windows. Too afraid to draw their attention, Jamie opts to investigate the upstairs apartments, where a constant battering sound can be heard. Suddenly jumped by ravenous sports fans, Jamie has to truly fight for his life for the first time. Only feeling the sudden panic dwindle, as the third corpse is dealt with, and the building grows quiet. Feeling the first bit of hope since the adventure has begun, he begins to search the 2 empty residences he now has access to. Discovering a small amount of food, a handful of ammo, a hiking backpack, and a rifle, Jamie curses his lengthy absence from the firing range and decides it's best to save the firearm for when his nerves calm down. Consolidating the essentials into an easily retrievable bug-out bag, Jamie's paranoia leads him to begin constructing multiple escape routes from the elevated apartment. Nailing down various escape ropes from a handful of the windows, he finally feels brave enough to peek out towards the alleyway to learn of his surroundings. Spying a parking lot not too far away, he wonders if he could feasibly make it to a working vehicle, but is quickly interrupted by another zombie looking to spread its infection. Deciding his new goal was fighting to one of the nearby cars in the morning, Jamie retreats back upstairs and positions himself a large chair as an emergency barricade against the undead. Not yet able to sleep following the terrifying day, Jamie begins the arduous task of slimming down in front of the unmanned broadcast of the TV. Sleeping through the night, Jamie wakes up the next day with the singular focus of acquiring a vehicle. Though as he makes his way downstairs, he hears a concerning amount of moaning coming from the garage door. Peeking open the back door, his worst fears are realized as the once clear alleyway is now infested with the undead. Trying his best to lure the horrific creatures in slowly, Jamie is eventually overwhelmed by their numbers and forced to retreat upstairs. Biding his time, he strikes forth from his apartment once more, in hopes of clearing at least the back room, but is quickly faced with the unending numbers of the horde as he flees yet again. Desperate to buy himself as much time as possible, he barricades the staircase and cowers in his home, as he hurriedly attempts to formulate a plan. Given precious little time, he hears the poor barricade crumble from the undead, daring once more to try and clear the building before it's too late. Suddenly met with a hungry wall of rotten flesh, Jamie knows his home is compromised as he dashes to collect his belongings and dives out the nearby window. Racing across the rooftops, he begs for mercy from the relentless hordes, but is given no relief as his pursuers come pouring out behind him. Leaping from the roof, Jamie fears his time is up as he attempts a mad dash out of town, knowing that he wouldn't be safe until he struck out into the wilderness. Overburdened, exhausted, and terrified, Jamie wills his feet forward as the strangled cries of the infected haunt his steps. Dashing through the trees and stumbling upon an empty dirt road, he knows that if he's chased any further, he's surely dead, deciding to throw himself into the forest one final time in a truly desperate attempt. Terrified, bleeding, and weak, Jamie is lucky that his near brush with death only resulted in a laceration. Though even as he defends himself from the straggling pursuers, he wonders if his fate is already sealed, and that this horrid infection is taking root in his mind. Pushing past the harrowing thoughts of turning into one of them, Jamie pushes farther south to the dirt road he discovered earlier, hoping to follow it to some sort of shelter. Thankfully, his prayers are answered, but even this far out from the city, there are deadly clusters of the undead. Working towards a viable entry point, Jamie begins the agonizing process of fighting the infected with his injured hand. While it is slow going, his careful and methodical approach eventually allows him to cower in the expanse of the outdoors and feel the first moments of peace since fleeing his previous home. Looking over the kitchen of this building, his growling stomach is pleased to discover a handful of potatoes and a serving of ground beef. Before allowing himself the fruits of his labor, the paranoid survivor checks to see if the horde followed him inside, only then indulging in the first bit of warm food since this nightmare had began. As the evening settles in and the silent building around Jamie provides him comfort, he wills his aching legs to a nearby bench and lays his head down to sleep away the throbbing pain. Waking up the next day, Jamie knows that despite his safety, he does not have enough supplies to stay put. Fortifying his nerves with the potatoes he found yesterday, he slips out the back door of the building and steers himself further into the wilderness. Striking out on a hiking trail, Jamie knows his chances of finding more food is slim, but every step away from town feels like a small victory against the undead. Wandering further and further into the morning fog, Jamie begins to stumble upon isolated infected, which leads him to believe that some sort of civilization may be near. Pushing forward until his legs ached with fatigue, Jamie comes upon a secluded highway in the middle of the vast woodlands. Spying a nearby car that could be his salvation, he fights through the relentless undead before seeing what he could scavenge. With the car being trashed and limited supplies being in the trunk, Jamie continues his adventure south and discovers 2 more cars and another cluster of infected. Slowly, painfully, carefully, Jamie begins to fight through the endless death of this world, dispatching one zombie after another as the day begins to pass by. Hours of mounting fear and anxiety continue as Jamie's still injured hand screams in agony with every thrust of his dulling blade. The hope of reaching the wreck becomes more and more distant as the sun begins its descent. Finally carving through the last of them, Jamie drags himself towards the vehicles and doesn't find any food for his efforts, though a map of the town he had fled is an essential piece of information going forward. Too hungry to hold off on it any longer, Jamie eats half of his preserved food to keep his energy up. Using this quickly waning burst of energy, he tries to push even farther south, but finds the highway too dense with infected to make any headway. After several more hours of fighting, Jamie's body begs for sleep, causing him to retreat back to the wrecks he had cleared. Though as he settles into the black station wagon, his own body betrays him as the panic of the outdoors dashes any attempt at rest. Hoping to grow so tired that he sleeps through the fear, Jamie holds up in the broken vehicle as the night drifts by, and the sun shines on another horrific day. Having eaten the last of his food, exhausted and running out of options, Jamie looks to his map in desperation before spotting an isolated cluster of homes off to the west. Though it's a long trek on an empty stomach, Jamie is left with very little options as he bids farewell to his temporary shelter and heads off into the woods once more. Step after groggy step, Jamie wonders if these homes would even be the salvation he needs, or if their offerings would be guarded by hordes he didn't have the energy to fight. Knowing that this desperate decision could easily be his last, he trudges ever onward with fragile hope. Stomach growling as Jamie finally makes it to the isolated homes, he drags himself inside and finally finds hope in the form of a lime and a steak. Still exhausted but content with another cooked meal, he moves to investigate the neighboring homes. Out in the pouring rain, Jamie's heart sinks as he realizes these recent infected had been amidst a celebration during the outbreak. Still struggling with his injured hand, he eventually gives them the peace they deserve before making it inside. Drained but safe, he tries to remember what life once was, as another pre-programmed broadcast plays on the TV. Removed briefly from the day's events, Jamie collapses into bed with plans of finally being the aggressor in the morning. Flexing his now recovered hand, Jamie wastes no time in striking out into the early hours of dawn, focused on making his way to the barn further west. Unfazed by the numbers of undead with his grim resolve, he continues to chop and slash his way through them, feeling the first ounce of control as he inflicts his fury. Securing the barn, the gains are minimal, but Jamie's sights merely shift to the larger house nearby. Faced with the horde that would have forced him to flee in the city, He uses the advantage of the rural area to pick away at them one by one. Making it safe enough to enter the home, he is met yet again with the remnants of a massacred celebration. Worn down by the brutality of his work, he doesn't think twice about indulging in the forgotten cake that was crafted for happier times. Unimpressed after searching the home, he doesn't make his way back with supplies, but wonders if the larger structure would be a better shelter than the cottage he was held up in. Working through the ideas he clears the stray undead plaguing the field, he eventually surrenders to the fading light of the day and resigns to decompressing indoors. Feeling better than any night previously, Jamie appreciates the small sanctuary he has carved for himself, but knows that complacency will quickly lead to his demise. Thankful to wake up to a small stockpile of food, Jamie plans on using his temporary safety to begin scoping out the nearby homes. Moving past the carnage he'd caused yesterday, he finds the main road to the west and north, but spots more hollow souls guarding it. Beginning to feel somewhat empty himself, Jamie dispatches the corrupted souls as if they were simply a speed bump in his path. Learning how best to herd these mindless threats, he clears his way to the first house in hopes of discovering more food and supplies. Ultimately finding very little, Jamie does get a taste of joy at discovering a bundle of fresh grapes. Fruit had been a rarity in his diet before, but now he begins to realize how precious these fleeting luxuries were. Returning back to his cottage, he makes sure to keep track of which homes he has visited, though each X on the map now symbolizes one less source of food. Unable to bring himself to go back out into the unknown in the failing light of the afternoon, he fills the rest of his day by washing away his sins, attempting to keep up his fitness, and leveraging the nearby homes for fresh timber. Finally, as nighttime settles, Jamie rewards himself with the first home-cooked meal he's made in quite some time, though thankfully his poor cooking is masked by his constantly growling stomach. Waking up and realizing that a week has now gone by, Jamie tries to ignore the rising sorrow from his solitude and strikes back out from his home. Making his way through the morning fog, he travels west today to search more nearby locations. Fighting his way again to a smaller home, he finds a single can of beans, but the true treasure appears in the form of a generator in the shed. Though the power was still flowing, Jamie knew that eventually this utility would be essential, so he marks it on his map and plans on retrieving it later. Searching even more homes, small pings of hope keep Jamie's tired feet moving. Though each stop only provides him with maybe a day's worth of food, he's able to feel a collection slowly accumulating in his pack. Working his way back home, he tries to distract himself from his situation by rearranging his space and putting up rudimentary barricades on the windows. Surprisingly finding himself falling into the same trap of routine in this shattered world, he finishes off his evening with another attempt at food and his daily workout. Unable to sleep through the night, Jamie realizes that his situation isn't sustainable, as his sources of food require longer and longer treks. Now fully determined to find a vehicle, he sets off to the south and prays that he would stumble upon his salvation. Finding only wrecks and clunkers, his resolve begins to dwindle before the distant sighting of an abandoned vehicle catches his eye. Appearing to have come across a couple who had been in the process of changing out a tire, Jamie has high hopes that this car could be his ticket out of here. Quickly finishing the job they had started, he thankfully finds the keys in the ignition, but feels his heart drop as he realizes it's out of gas. Checking the nearby wreck, he begins to hunt for a car to siphon, deciding to head further west down the main road. Stopping by a small home to gather more food, Jamie's ears begin to pick up on a noise that both fills him with hope and fear. A helicopter could mean many things, from a form of rescue to a sweeping massacre, but all he knew for sure was that the many undead would hear its roaring blades for miles around. Hiding inside his temporary shelter as the patrol makes several passes overhead, he eventually hears its engines fading off into the distance. Having had time to think during his many hours of waiting, he remembered that the original garage he had discovered had 2 metal barrels of fuel. Trudging his way back home, he collects a small amount in his water bottle before returning to his cottage for the night. Waking up early, Jamie feels even better prepared than yesterday, knowing that a working vehicle was finally in his grasp. Pouring the precious fuel into the tank, he finally goes to turn the key and see if his prayers have been answered. Beaming from ear to ear, he drives his new ride back home so that he can fully fill the tank, pondering all the new opportunities he had opened up for himself. Deciding there was certainly a safer and more rural place to make a more permanent home, he wastes no time in packing up his belongings and loading it into the new steed. Bidding the cottage one final farewell, he stops by the generator he had discovered earlier, and then steers his direction away from West Point. Eventually pulling into a private neighborhood near the river, Jamie's heart soars as he realizes that this gated home might be the perfect place to survive this new world. Fully claiming his new home, Jamie pulls his car into the garage for the first time and gets to work on settling in. The next morning, he goes to consolidate the supplies from the other two houses. With the neighborhood fully secure, Jamie settles into the welcome calm for now, but knows that there are still items he'll need if he wants to make this home sustainable. Letting that worry linger for now, he cooks himself another meal and puts up the preparations that had saved his life previously. Ending the evening by skimming through a book on carpentry, he eventually heads to bed late into the night. Thankful for each home-cooked meal now, Jamie knows it's time to leave the safety of his home once more, aiming to explore the nearby roads in search of more supplies. Tired and faced with too many undead to keep going, Jamie manages very little on his first outing before heading home for the night. Wanting to feel some sort of accomplishment, he takes inspiration from the nearby dock and attempts to spearfish for the first time. Though it takes several hours, he catches one of the smallest slimy creatures and suffers through filleting it for that evening's meal. Feeling more disgusted after handling the fish than he had during his encounters with the undead, he takes the time to wash himself before turning in. Noticing his beard had grown unkempt, Jamie disregards the small annoyance as he establishes the goal of finding more carpentry knowledge today. Having pored through the only volume he had, he hopes to find another book that can aid him in securing his new home. Happening upon an ominous horde, Jamie feels his heart stop for a moment before his smoldering vengeance provides him with resolve. Managing to loot the building they had been gathered around, Jamie first gets a glimmer of hope by finding a sack of potatoes before realizing the rest of the warehouse is entirely rotten. Able to acquire a mostly empty fuel barrel on his way out, Jamie still hunts for the woodworking knowledge that he needs. Hitting a main road in the afternoon and preparing to go back home, he spots an abandoned bug on the road and decides to investigate. In one of the few lucky breaks this world now offers, he nearly cries at discovering the very book he needed in the beetle's trunk. Arriving home in a glorious mood, he braves fishing once more before turning the potatoes he had found into a hearty soup. Eventually changing out some of his tattered clothes, he tucks himself into the comfy chair in his living room and only manages a few pages of his book before heading to bed. Waking up with true hope in his heart, Jamie fishes in the early light of the dawn before catching the biggest fish he had ever seen. Fully fed, keeping up with his fitness, and truly happy, he dedicates the majority of the day to his new manual, but finds more time to fish and watch an old VHS on the TV. Enjoying a day of hard work, Jamie cherishes the brief moment that he's able to forget the horrible state of the world, laying his head down for bed with a smile and peaceful dreams. Though Jamie is under no immediate threat, he's becoming more and more aware that his lack of knowledge and information will lead him to ruin. Going through his morning routine, he starts to summon the courage to go back to West Point, knowing that the local school would hold all the necessary literature he needs. Mostly praying that the undead had thinned, his hopes are dashed as even the surrounding farmlands are dense with roaming hordes. Knowing that he won't be making it deeper into West Point today, he turns back around to explore the winding road he had driven previously. Finding the blockaded dirt path once again, he vaguely remembers rumors of this place being a secluded drug lab for one of the prominent rural families. After fighting through a large grouping of undead, who must have craved one last hit before the world ended, he eventually makes his way into the first cabin, and has his memory jogged. The T-Boys was once a notorious name that rumbled through the police station like clockwork, but now even these troublesome outlaws found themselves in the same place as their neighbors. Knowing he hadn't yet reached the lab, Jamie continues pushing south until he comes upon the compound that was the worst kept secret in Knox County. Perhaps giving these degenerates the justice they finally deserve, Jamie eventually feels the fatigue setting into his arms and notices the light failing for the day. Deciding to come back and finish the job tomorrow, he returns back to his SUV and makes the trip home. Finally making his way into the trailer, he isn't surprised to find a small stockpile of guns and ammunition. As he secures this valuable resource, he can't help but acknowledge the irony that these bullets would have certainly been meant for him if the authorities had ever been called to this place. Wondering how his fellow officers would have reacted to this hollow victory, Jamie settles into his home for the evening and sets up a ham radio beside his bed in hopes of hailing anyone else that may still be out there. It's been more than 2 weeks since the outbreak, and I feel as if I have found my own slice of heaven to escape to. Though each day I strike out in search of more supplies to keep me going, I'm beginning to wonder what the point of it all even is. I could hold up here for weeks, months, even years, but if no one else is out there, then what even is the point? Yesterday I set up a ham radio, and I'm going to begin broadcasting on it every morning to hopefully contact another survivor out there. Until then, Jamie. Feeling less and less as he scatters the brains of the undead across the earth, Jamie fights his way to a posh riverside gym before having his interest piqued by a nearby boathouse. Discovering genuine fishing equipment, a small spark of joy ignites in his cold heart at the idea of putting it to use at his dock, though he can't return home before he scouts out the nearby homes to the west. knowing tomorrow will be filled with even more death, he brings the fishing supplies out to his small sanctuary and lays out one of the smaller nets along the tranquil riverbank. Unable to put it off any longer, Jamie begins the grueling process of clearing the undead between him and his next source of survival. Finally making it to the first home, he thinks back to his cramped apartment back in West Point, realizing that all the luxury in the world couldn't save you from this horrid infection. Able to retrieve some of the items he had to leave behind during his mad dash out of the city, the house provides another bundle of essentials for Jamie as he finishes loading up and returns home on his reliable steed.
This is a message to all survivors in Knox County. My name is Jamie Nichols, and I've established a home just northwest of West Point. If you are in need of shelter or food, please follow the main road until you hit a dirt path leading to the river. If you need company or shelter, I implore you, please come and find me. I will repeat this broadcast every morning until the power goes out.
Still too ill-prepared to push into West Point, Jamie prepares for another day of fighting his way deeper into the town to the west. While small cracks in his heart still form every time he lays one of these foul creatures to rest, he's able to acknowledge the numbness taking over his movements. Forgetting that these shambling monsters were once people just like himself, he does find a small source of joy in the form of a trailer along the road. Though he has no intentions of hauling anything large at the time, it certainly isn't a tool he can pass up on for the future. Trying to forget all the horrors that occur outside his small sanctuary, he spends the evening fishing in the river and cleaning the blood and guts from his person. Finally, in a desperate attempt to remind himself of what the world once was, he trims his beard back down to its normal length. Knowing that today will be a hard-fought crawl towards the center of town, Jamie wakes up in high spirits and is determined to find happiness throughout this otherwise morbid day. Making a dedicated effort of clearing the road of wrecks on his way into town, he envisions all the vital supplies he'll be able to haul from the larger structures out of reach. Never given a break, the center of this town is covered in burned out cars and gathered undead, but even this sight wouldn't deter Jamie's forced optimism. Finding it too late in the day to push to the enticing building of the police station and the farming store, he surrenders that victory must wait till tomorrow, as he returns back to his vehicle. Today I made further progress into the town west of here. Honestly, I can't for the life of me remember its actual name. Anyway, I'll refer to it as Weston for now, since who the hell is going to correct me at this point? Finally appeared to have cleaved my way towards the center of town, however, and spotted what looked like their local sheriff's station. Next door appeared to be a farming store of sorts. I've never been one to dig in the ground, but these are truly desperate times. Jamie. Having to drive over the carnage he has left in his wake, he spends his morning clearing out the stragglers that have found themselves along the road once more. Still closed off from emotion as he sends more corpses to the ground, his mind is suddenly thrust into panic as the distant sounds of a helicopter beat through the sky. Racing to a nearby building in hopes of hiding from its deadly gaze, he already knows that all his hard work is being undone by the industrial dinner bell hovering above his head. At first ready to simply wait the annoyance out, Jamie's fear starts to ignite in his blood as the sound of undead begin to batter the very walls he hides behind. A glance outside and a smashing of windows tells Jamie all he needs to know. Staying here would be death. He would have to make it back to his SUV. Waiting out the pilot from hell just outside town, Jamie's will to fight shatters as he witnesses the hordes of undead dragging their lifeless bodies across the very road he had just worked so hard to clear. Returning home, his annoyance twists into fuel to light the fire of rage that had long been slumbering in his pacifistic nature.
I don't know if you're listening. Whoever's flying that goddamn...
Angrily clearing the hair from his eyes in the morning, he dons his helmet with one singular intention: death. it's great what a bottle of wine can do. Chasing it with a beer helps. Fuck who is ever in that goddamn helicopter, flapping about like some drunk bird of death. Fuck 'em. I'm tired. My arm is tired. My hands are covered in soaked and dried blood. None of my own. Never my own. I don't know what I've done or who I've become. Whatever fucking day it is, Jamie. Struggling to endure the violence and isolation following the massacre at Weston, Jamie returns to the scene of the crime for the final push towards his reward. Having to clear a handful of the lingering undead, he prays that all the death is worth it, as the stench of the rotting masses suffocates the air around him. Finally making it inside the farming supply store, he's not surprised to find the seeds of life he had fought so hard to procure. Gathering up the large variety, he does worry in the back of his mind that his untrained hand will simply waste these essential supplies. But no one else was around to dig in the earth for him. Worrying about how much longer the power would persist as he fuels up his vehicle, Jamie eventually makes it inside the police station and secures the contents of their armory. Tucking away enough ammunition to take on a small army, he understands that his lengthy absence from firearms will soon be coming to an end. While looting the general store, Jamie finds one of his rare smiles upon his lips, as he discovers their hunting section is both better secured and better supplied than the local sheriff's station. While the world had grown unrecognizable, some aspects of Kentucky still lingered. Returning home with his soul partially recovered, Jamie cleans himself off before heading to bed, determined to spend tomorrow on more peaceful pursuits to help clear his head. Following the instructions from the gardening book he had obtained, he makes his first strikes at the earth inside his small sanctuary, laying the groundwork for a small garden that will hopefully help sustain him through the coming winter. Passing the evening with some calming fishing and some more research on farming, the tail end of his vacation from violence arrives, as his thoughts turn to the necessary bloodshed looming over tomorrow. Despite all he has, and all he has accomplished, it's still essential for Jamie to fight his way back into West Point and gain access to the library located at the school. Knowing that any moment the power grid could fail and leave Jamie stranded without the essential utility, he has to find literature on the generator he knows nothing about. Deciding a shotgun was the best tool for his neglected aim, he sets the goal of establishing a safe house closer to the edge of town, though a horde of undead stand between him and his destination. Using his vehicle to help draw their attention and summarize their numbers, he eventually lifts the heavy gun in his shaky hands and fires the first blast of the coming slaughter. Barely making it halfway on his first day, and his visor filthy with the guts of the undead, Jamie returns home to sleep before heading back out to resume the carnage. I wish I had better words to say. I sometimes wonder why the fuck I even write in this goddamn journal. I need to make it back to West Point. I need to get to that school. But a whole army of those fuckers stand between me and the library. I've killed so many. So goddamn many. Some farmer's field has now become a goddamn graveyard. I'm tired. Jamie. Driving through the devastation he has left in his wake, Jamie heads towards the barn he hopes to use as a safe house in his attempt to reach the school. Scouting just a fraction into the town is met with a house alarm blaring and undead hordes pouring from every direction, causing Jamie to retreat back into the farmlands. Praying that perhaps the alarm pulled the majority of the undead towards the southern part of town, he heads up north to where a back road leads him mostly to the school, deciding to try his luck there. Unable to use his gun since a single blast would bring a tidal wave of undead down upon him, he's forced to hack his way through the still sizable amount of shamblers outside the city. Steadily making progress as the sun rises higher in the sky, he reaches the first real road just north of the school and feels a bit of hope rising in his chest. Resolve challenged again and again as he spots sizable groups surrounding the school, his composure finally shatters once he sees the unbelievable amount of dead inside. Not having the strength or the time to take on this fight, he heads back the way he came and returns to his SUV, with desperation fueling his plans for tomorrow. Had my first taste of West Point since the dead chased me out almost a month ago. I can't say I'm surprised by the amount of shambling monsters there are, even on the outskirts. All that death in the field feels pointless now, as even more trickle into the area I previously thought had been made safe. Thankfully, there is a back road that gets me mostly to the school, but the building itself is stuffed full of those fuckers. I don't know how likely it is for me to actually make it to the library. Fuck me, Jamie.
This may be my last broadcast. The emergency radio has been reporting outages across Knox County. If anyone is out there, I'm going to try and restore power. But please, be safe.
Gearing up in the morning without a plan formed, Jamie forces himself back towards West Point mindlessly in hopes of clearing the school. Spying a large group where he had retreated yesterday, he believes for a moment that he had drawn the undead outside, but is quickly proven wrong as he spots even more undead than there were previously. Frantically coming up with the plan of trying to lure the zombies out with gunfire, he uses the open yard to the west to begin firing off shots before darting off to safety. Hoping to now flank around and approach the building from the other side, his attempts are thwarted once more, as there are simply too many stragglers to deal with. Heartbroken, he surrenders to the inevitable, and retreats back from West Point for the second day in a row. The town has now been claimed by the undead, and Jamie has no hope of wrenching it from their rotten flesh. As he is cleaning up and preparing for bed, the broadcast from the emergency radio catches his attention. The power is failing. Jamie has run out of time. Aimless and distraught, he reminds himself that Weston hasn't been fully explored, which though the chances are slim, it could hold the key to survival he's been fighting so hard to obtain. Unable to give up, he focuses his mind on his new task and spends the final morning with power before he strikes out into the thunderstorm, heading west. Finding himself growing angry as the streets he once cleared now hold more stumbling corpses, he lets out his mounting fury and despair by blasting down the gathered dead in a wild and dangerous manner. No calmer or more relieved than when the bloodbath had started, he begins looting the buildings he hasn't touched yet, but only finds disappointment within their walls. Eventually stumbling upon a car that looked in good shape and still had the key in the ignition, he figures out that it's simply out of gas and moves to fix that problem. Savoring the minor victory, he continues to push on, looting more homes that are endlessly guarded by the undead. Beginning to tow his backup vehicle out of town, he ends up spotting a hidden driveway while disposing of the residual walkers he had drawn out. Discovering a barn and a house out by a small pond, he manages to loot the first structure before his rashness leads him to unloading on the gathered dead outside the home. With more and more pouring out of the nearby trees, his fear finally pushes him to flee, forcing him to retreat once again for the third day in a row. power finally went out. Life just got a lot more difficult, and I can't exactly claim it was smooth sailing already. Preserving food is no longer an option, so the small amount of canned goods I've gathered so far might have to make do for now. Though I wish I was brave enough and strong enough to fight my way to the school in West Point, I fear that there is simply too many of them to get through. I can live for now, so my attention will stay further west, searching for information on this generator until something winds up killing me. Jamie. Heading out into the thunderstorm which he was warned about on one of the last emergency broadcasts, Jamie heads in the direction of Weston, in hopes of finally looting the few homes he had missed. Driving the route he had cleared countless times before, he spends the majority of the morning fighting undead off the road before he begins to see the futility of it all. Drenched and tired, he doesn't have the fight in him to push into Weston today, returning to his vehicle before he stops partway back up the road to clear even more lingering undead. As if the world itself could feel his failing composure, suddenly wave after wave of wandering shamblers come pouring from the woods in an attempt to overwhelm him. Just pulling more and more from the nearby area, true panic sets in as Jamie spots his car surrounded by the relentless pursuers, forcing him to flee into the woods once again. Finally creating a more manageable situation, Jamie listens to the larger group rustling through the trees to his north, and wastes no time in fighting to his steed. Frustrated but given time to think on his way home, Jamie begins crafting the hypothesis that the undead simply migrate to the more developed parts of Knox County. They are drawn to noise, and what makes more noise than 100 rotten corpses banging around and growling non-stop? Worried about what it means if his assumption is correct, he calms himself by checking in on his garden, which appears to be flourishing despite Jamie's noticeable lack of a green thumb. Reorganizing, reading up on fishing line, and then setting to actually fishing, Jamie ends his day on a much better note than it had started, using his catch to cook up an acceptable stew in his fireplace. Waking up in the chair that had now become his bed, he sets off from his sanctuary once more, but with the intention of steering clear of any major town or city for the day. Exploring the more rural homes, his hypothesis is reinforced as Jamie barely has to deal with the undead while he searches for necessary supplies. Finding himself just south of Weston, he clears out a larger farmstead that it appears a small group had retreated to for the outbreak, clearing them out one by one so he can rest easy for the night in his temporary home. Barely noticing that it had now been a month since the outbreak, Jamie heads back into the rain once more to continue his scouting of the more peaceful farmland. As he continues to clear homes, he wonders if it will ever be possible to claim a town as entirely safe, before accidentally stumbling on the southern road leading to Weston. Having his suspicions confirmed once again, he reverses his direction back away from town and starts discovering various car wrecks along the main road. Eventually, even more evidence shows itself in the form of a large herd gathered in the middle of the street, making Jamie wonder if the mindless undead float on them like a lazy river of death. Moving off the main road, he finds himself exploring what appears to have been some sort of small military camp or barracks out in the middle of nowhere. Sadly, however, it appears the only things left behind are lockers full of clothing and a handful of basic tools. Now concerned more than ever about being able to reach any sort of bookstore or school, Jamie heads home in the golden hours of the evening to try and figure out a way forward. It appears that the undead migrate towards the towns and cities, as far as I can tell, which I guess makes sense, but makes my mission a lot more difficult. Where I had assumed Weston was finally safe, each time I return there is another horde of undead waiting for me. It's like mowing the lawn at this point. It just feels so routine. I did change my direction for the day, however, exploring the farmlands away from West Point. It was almost peaceful. There were times where you could almost forget the world had gone to shit. Almost. I still need to focus on getting the power back up, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Jamie. Looking over his slowly sprawling map, Jamie prepares for another day of striking out into the rural farmland of Kentucky. Having to continually drive further and further, he still prays that he'll come across the manual for the generator that he needs, but feels the draw back to West Point in the back of his mind. Finding himself going through the motions as he loots house after house, he begins to question if this truly was the best way forward, before finding a home that feels like a slap in the face. Nothing but newspaper and dog food. Was this truly worth fighting through the undead for? Why is he out here risking his life when he could so easily be holed up in his distant sanctuary? Desperate to find something to show for his day, he explores some more and comes across a small town, though a glance at its outskirts only provide redundant supplies and roaming undead. Waking up the next day, he thinks nothing of his plans to strike out again in hopes of a miracle, but finds himself questioning the plan as he reflects quietly in the tranquility of his dock. There is nothing more out there for him, at least not at the moment. Now it was clear as ever that it was time for him to put down roots and prepare for a life in this new world. As he begins to put his mediocre carpentry skills to use, he realizes that the endless expanse of the outdoors no longer has the stranglehold it once had on him, allowing him to enjoy the chirping of birds and the bubbling of the river instead of the strangled cries of the undead. Dispatching a lone intruder that had found her way into the neighboring home, Jamie knows that constructing the gate to his yard is now necessary, otherwise a single stray could find their way to his throat while he slept. Knowing that he'll need timber and hinges, Jamie is also aware of his lacking abilities when it comes to construction, making plans to address all these needs in the coming days. Having not wielded an axe since his uncle had forced him to when he was a child, Jamie's first strikes are clumsy and weak, but his persistence sees him through. Feeling good about getting half the wall constructed, Jamie retires to the calm of his garden to read up on other skills he imagines he'll need in the coming months. Life is a strange thing, to be sure. Before all this, my biggest concern was stepping outside. Horrible beasts, diseases, fallen trees, natural disasters. I saw death around our world and comfort within the walls of civilization. Now, perhaps with the forced perspective of these shambling horrors, I've come to face the reality of my life. Nature is nothing but a resource, a tool, sometimes even a source of peace. I no longer shiver at the thought of leaving my home, though I'm finding less and less reasons to leave my sanctuary by the river. Jamie. Having his heart full of hope as he watches his home building up around him, he continues to decipher the handiwork of those who came before him, until a familiar, unwelcome guest appears. Initially feeling the spike of dread that coincides with the slapping of the helicopter's deadly blades, Jamie comes to the realization that there is no longer a need to panic. Instead, he calmly stays out of sight and finds a discarded book to pass the time. Though he's found a renewed peace in his isolation, Jamie wakes up the following morning knowing that he can't stay idle for long. Finding another source of determination to strike back into West Point, Jamie leaves his sanctuary once more in hopes that the hordes around his town had thinned. Having to fight his way through the usual amount of undead guarding his destination, he feels the relentless despair of their overwhelming numbers setting in once again. Spending half the day simply fighting to the road leading to the school, his will to go on crumbles as he spots an even larger herd shambling at the end of the neighborhood. Spying that the church was relatively clear, he makes his way inside but purposefully avoids the nearby graveyard in fear of dredging up suppressed memories. Finally accepting that there were just too many to hack through, Jamie leaves West Point as the sun begins to set but continues to try and craft a plan to get him into the school. With the benefit of silence during his fishing at dusk, the sudden burst of flame as he strikes a match ignites an idea in Jamie's battered mind. Knowing he had to clear the blood fields yet again, Jamie's newfound resolve shows through as he simply wraps his fingers around his pistol and squeezes off the first of many rounds. Completing the first phase of his mission, Jamie returns to the location that had been tucked away in the back of his mind, the crashed police car on the outskirts of West Point. Moderately disappointed that there was no hope in getting this car moving again, he is at least grateful that the equipment he needed appears to be functioning. Knowing that this work will require safety, he wastes no time in beginning to clear the surrounding undead as the day continues to drag on. Filled with stubborn adrenaline and morbid excitement, Jamie heads home as it begins to get dark to complete the final preparations for his fiery solution. After trying to calm down some of his nerves with a bottle of bourbon, he finds himself writing a farewell note in case his plan leads to his demise. If you find this note, then I have failed my mission to reach the school at West Point. If you're still dedicated to surviving, there is a small community just northwest on the river. There is food, supplies, shelter, and anything else you might need to keep yourself alive. I hope I can burn this after a successful mission, but just in case, Jamie. Fueled by smoldering hope, Jamie clears the immediate area around the cruiser once again, before finally putting in place the final preparations. Bursting with victory and ambition as he turns off the sirens and breathes in the air thick with smoke and death, Jamie moves to confirm the effectiveness of his new tactic by exploring the homes further down the road. Where once hordes of hundreds had roamed, now there simply lay deserted streets and open fields, everything appearing to come together as Jamie is suddenly stunned by an unexpected discovery. In a mailbox, after all this time, after all this effort, he could barely hold back tears of fury and elation as the knowledge he needed was finally in his grasp. Whether it was a cruel joke or another sign of good things to come, he finds another copy in the house that leaves him truly speechless for the journey home. I'm filled with both joy and despair on this tremendous day. The pamphlet that I needed, the knowledge to get the power back on, it was so close for so long. If I had only checked 2 more houses down the road, then there never would have been any reason to press towards the school. How many did I kill in pursuit of this essential knowledge? I suppose it's all worth it now. I'm going to resume broadcasting on the radio each morning again. Hopefully there are others like me out there. Jamie.
This is Jamie Nichols. I've managed to get the power back on, and I will be broadcasting around this time every morning. If you can hear me, I implore you, please hail me on this frequency. I can provide food, shelter, and sanctuary. If you are still a survivor in Knox County, I can help. I will help.
Harvesting his first crop from his modest garden and smiling at the low drone of his working refrigerator once more, Jamie gets to work on planting his next crop and constructing a composter for all the fresh food that had previously rotted during the outage. Finding an intoxicating level of peace as he basks in the fruit of his labor, Jamie's immediate goals turn inwards for the first time since his struggle for survival had begun. He was safe, he was well fed, he was well supplied, and the slice of heaven he had found began to sink its lethargic claws into him. Finding himself struggling to sleep, a restless uneasiness constantly raking at the back of his mind, Jamie takes advantage of having power once again, and distracts himself with VHS and an early morning workout before deciding to head out for the day. Telling himself that he needed just a few more various comforts for his new home, he knew that he was only lying to himself. The truth was that even peace and safety made him uneasy. Driving to the nearby home under construction, he spends the majority of the day collecting more materials for his own projects, finding himself content and feeling productive beneath the battering rain. On his way home, he makes another stop to collect some furniture, already aware that his storage means was severely lacking for the coming winter. Attacking his home with a fresh vision, he addresses the long-neglected space with a bit more planning and forethought, truly turning his house into a home over the next several days. I guess it's fitting that this is the last page of this notebook. I feel like I've finally earned the right to breathe freely again, and have scraped back some semblance of normal in this horrific world. The past few days have been the most peaceful and unproductive days since this nightmare began, and it was genuinely cleansing to be so sluggish and lazy for once. I still find myself asking if this is a life worth living, if I'm the only one left. Is it really worth pushing through day after day if humanity dies off with me? Would be a rather bleak ending for the human race. Jamie. Staving off the lingering feeling of pointless survival, Jamie spends the early hours of the morning preparing for another assault on Weston. If he can fully clear the small town of undead, then the singular gas pump could provide his generator with enough fuel for the entire winter. Forced to take it slow and methodical, Jamie guns down the larger horde on the outskirts, while hoping to draw any stragglers out of the nearby woods. Clearing the road he knew like the back of his hand, he reaches the abandoned police truck that was a minor goal for his trip. Having read through the basics and watched a rather dodgy VHS on hot wiring, Jamie proves his inexperience over and over again as he clumsily fights with the ignition. Finally getting a spark of success, Jamie uses his sore fingers to check the empty gas tank before finally getting the well-maintained engine to roar. Scouting on foot into Weston for his coming plans, Jamie finds a singular zombie trapped in a wood shed behind the convenience store. Part of him instinctually wants to free and dispose of the shambling creature, but a darker side of the now bloody survivor takes weak revenge by leaving her prisoner. Starting to tow his original SUV home, Jamie realizes he's losing the light and decides to leave the tedious drive for another day. Feeling the seeds of worry as he spots a handful of zombies on his road, he wonders if his constant trips in and out are drawing the strays from West Point. Spending the early morning fishing with the knowledge that he's going back to Weston today, Jamie begins to come to terms with the new routine of his life: eat, sleep, kill, and survive. Finding that his police training is fully returned to him in regards to his sidearm, Jamie appreciates and fears the lack of emotion he feels as he uses these husks of people for target practice. Picking up more containers from the beautiful homes besides the river, Jamie finally makes his way back to the clearing he had fled all those days ago. Returning home both bloody and with the supplies he needs, Jamie washes the filth from his shrinking figure and gets to work organizing and preparing for tomorrow's hard labor. Poring over one of his books on welding and metalworking, Jamie begins the slow and arduous process of procuring a new skill in this harsh world. Filling his belly and double-checking his guide one last time, he finally sets off for Weston with the goal of clearing the road, but not of the undead. Testing out his untrained hand on the wrecks just outside the drug lab, he finds that it's much easier to tear something apart than he realized, cutting each burned husk into large sheets that he could feasibly use down the road. Beginning work on the first real roadblock, Jamie's focus lasers in as the sun rises higher and higher in the surprisingly clear sky. Cutting through the final stretch, every card becomes quicker and quicker to dismantle, but Jamie can't deny the painful ache that comes with a hard day's work. Confident enough to claim the gas pump in Weston for his own, Jamie hops back into his new SUV in the setting sun, smiling with pride as he cruises down the now empty streets. Only able to feed himself before collapsing into bed from exhaustion, Jamie wakes up the next day with a welcome warmth of hope in his heart. Knowing that all he needed to turn that singular pulse of hope into a roaring flame was companionship, he moves to act on an idea he'd been putting off for far too long. While he wasn't going to give up hope on his radio broadcasts, He acknowledges that not everyone is perhaps as lucky as himself. If they were without electricity, or even on the run, a clear sign on the main road could be the trick to guiding survivors to his sanctuary. Praying that he truly wasn't the only one left alive, he convinces himself that he would need more beds and furniture if a friend ever did stumble into his life. I perhaps am asking for trouble by simply putting this to paper, but it feels as though a turning of the tide has occurred. Weston has been reclaimed. My home is becoming more and more developed by the day, and the fear of the undead is turning into a mild annoyance. I didn't think about it, but the last few days I forgot my bulletproof vest by the door, along with my helmet. Maybe the worst of this is over. Maybe now is the beginning of rebuilding. Jamie. Waking up to another peaceful dawn, Jamie uses his time in the early morning to fish from his dock and prepare for his upcoming project. If he is able to cut a road through the trees to the west, he could shorten the distance between him and the nearest fuel pump by nearly a third. Making sure to put out his daily broadcast, he finally strikes out into the foggy outdoors to begin the hard labor he almost welcomes. Delighted to find his planned path mostly clear already, there's still plenty of axe swings needed before he reaches his destination. Having filled his trailer with the first full load, he brings the firewood back to his modest sanctuary and decides to rest his aching muscles for the rest of the afternoon. Waking up annoyingly early, Jamie doesn't let his restlessness get the best of him, as he instead uses the opportunity to fish undisturbed, and builds up the resolve to reach the road by the end of today. Clearing the way to the gravel path by noon, Jamie returns home to recuperate for a few hours before heading out once again. Taking in the cool breeze in the back garden and enjoying the view of the autumn trees, Jamie knows it's time to make the trek back to his initial SUV he had left along the road. While it seemed to be a silly thing, Jamie knows that he very well could be dead if it hadn't been for the reliable steed so early on in his flight from West Point. As he's nearing his reliable friend, as a fresh rain begins to fall, Jamie is also greeted by another reliable machine. Having his peaceful life shattered like a brick being thrown through a window, Jamie finds himself stewing in anger and fury as he finds an isolated stretch of road to park in. Hours pass as rain pelts against his roof, and the flapping of blades beat against the air. But none of the relentless undead show their horrific faces. Finally hearing the helicopter fading off into the distance, he finds himself wondering who exactly these people were, but realizes that each and every conclusion is simply a wild piece of speculation that leads him nowhere. If today didn't describe my new life perfectly, then I don't know what would. I finished clearing the path to the road to Weston, though I still have to make an actual road out of it. Then, since I was already worn down, I decided to simply walk out and retrieve my old SUV I left on the road. Then rain. Then that god-forsaken helicopter. Accomplishment, victory, exhaustion, annoyance, and anger. That's my routine. That's my life. Over and over again. I guess at the very least that fucking pilot lets me know I'm not the last one out there. Jamie. Waking up early once again and going through his normal morning routine, he understands that his time away from bloodshed was over. Today his new project took him back to Weston. Though it was only August, Jamie could already see the signs of winter fast approaching, and he didn't want to be left without a steady source of fuel to see him through the season. Unsurprised with the pests that had found their way onto the road, Jamie drives down the path he had worked so hard to clear and arrives at his new worksite. Though it would take a decent amount of effort, Jamie comes to realize that the only way to keep the dead out was a wall. So to protect his source of fuel, he was going to construct a compound within the heart of Weston. Needing propane, he makes a quick trip to the first part of Weston he had looted, remembering the riverside gym that held 2 grills that had his name on them. As he moves so freely through the town that had once been claimed by the dead, he finds his mind flashing through all the violence that had led to such peace. Unsure if it was right of him to spill so much blood for something as simple as gas for his generator, he finds himself too afraid to come up with an answer, as he instead distracts himself with the setting sun. Making his way back home after making meager progress on his project, Jamie doesn't worry for once as he reminds himself that time is the only thing he has in abundance. Rising to another early dawn, Jamie finds that he doesn't have the heart to return to Weston today, and opts instead to reward himself with the forgotten comforts of the indoors. Putting out his morning broadcast, beginning a book on basic mechanics, and returning to the workout routine he had neglected, Jamie is reminded of the threat too persistent and powerful to ignore: isolation.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I hear you. Oh, thank God.
Holy shit, I can't believe I got this to work. I've been hearing your broadcast, but my microphone was busted. You said your name was Jamie?
Yeah, Jamie. Jamie Nichols. Where are you? Are you safe? Do you need help?
I'm safe, yeah, I'm safe. I'm holed up in my basement. Been down here for a week now. Haven't gone upstairs since Mom got sick.
Good. I mean, not about your mother. I'm glad you're safe. You have food, water, electricity?
I'm fine, though I'm getting tired of cold canned food. I guess I hadn't worried about the electricity. It's just been on.
Your electricity is still on? Where are you in the county? I thought the power grid had gone down.
You said Knox County in your broadcast? I'm not in Knox County, I'm in New York. You're where it started? Is it bad?
Is it bad? I mean, I assume when no one answered that it's like this everywhere.
You mean the sick people?
The dead. Yeah.
Fuck off, man. They're not dead. They're sick. We just need to stay away from them until they, figure out a vaccine or something.
Have you not... You're in New York City? Is the military around, the government, anything?
I'm not in New York City. I'm in upstate New York. Just outside Watertown, near Lake Ontario. But I don't know. All the radio channels are down. The last thing I heard before coming down here was machine gun fire coming from downtown.
No helicopters or planes, nothing?
No, it's quiet. All I can hear is Mom upstairs.
Your mom, who's sick?
Yeah, I locked her in her room.
How old are you? I'm sorry, I never asked your name.
Devin, and I'm 17.
Okay. Devin, you have no idea how relieved I am to hear another voice. I was starting to, well, lose hope.
Yeah, me too. I haven't talked to anyone in a week. I was losing my mind. I was starting to think about going outside to see what was happening.
Don't go outside. And don't go upstairs unless you have to. It's not safe. You have to stay safe. Do you understand me, Devin?
Yeah, sheesh. No wonder no one talks to you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's just not many people left. How long do you think you have with your supplies? I don't know if I can get to you all the way in New York. Last I heard, the county was quarantined.
I don't know. It's already been a week, and I haven't really made a dent in the food. The last radio broadcast had to stay inside, lock the doors, and wait for aid. I guess I should be thankful that Mom is a bit of a hoarder. But I don't need you to come get me. Besides, you're supposed to stay inside.
Right. I just don't know if, help is coming. At least not from anyone but ourselves. Do you think you have enough to make it through winter? If the electricity goes out, do you have heat?
Yeah, we have a wood stove. I don't see why I wouldn't. Though I'll have to find some place to get rid of my shit. It's starting to smell foul down here.
Does your basement have any windows, the small ones?
Yeah.
Cover those up if you haven't already, but you could put your waste out there. Just be careful not to make any noise.
Has anyone told you worry too much?
I'm worried that you don't understand how dangerous these sick people are. That getting their attention could be bad.
I know how to take care of myself.
Yeah, I bet. But Devin, how about this? We'll wait out the winter together, see if the government can sort this out, and if they can't, then I'll come meet up with you in the spring. Not because you can't handle yourself, but just so that we're not alone.
Sure. Alright. We're still gonna stay on the radio till then.
Every morning and every evening I'll be on here, I promise.
Why just morning and evening? You got a hot date in the middle of the day?
Well, I'm not as prepared as you for the winter. I still need to get food and supplies.
Wait, you're going outside? You just told me that was dangerous.
No, I'm on a farm. I'm not leaving my property, just gathering my harvest.
So we'll talk this evening then?
Yes, we will. Don't go anywhere.
That's not funny.
Following the unbelievable surprise of a distant companion, Jamie's fire is reignited to not only finish his fortifications, but to make Weston as safe as possible. Finally putting the second generator in place and using his reclaimed fuel pump for the first time, Jamie doesn't celebrate over the fuel for the winter, but also the fuel he'll need to make it to New York in the spring. Speaking with Devin every morning and evening as he had promised, Jamie constantly finds himself battling with his desire to shelter the boy, but finds that it forces him to lie over and over again.
Hey, Jamie?
What's up, kid?
What did you do before this?
Oh, I was a police officer for West Point.
Was? You're not one now?
No, I'd been moved into administrative work, before this.
Why were you moved?
Just didn't kiss the right asses, I suppose.
Guess it doesn't matter now.
Kid, do you know how to hook up a generator?
No?
I know what we're doing in the morning. Knowing now more than ever that he can't stop or relax, Jamie throws himself into his work at his safe house and plans on scouring the small town for any of the lingering undead. Having to sleep in a chair for the first night away from home, he looks over the rest of the town before arming up and heading out for the day. Finding an abandoned box truck that might be a useful tool and a decent vehicle for the long trip north, Jamie discovers all it needs is a little gas and begins the hunt for nearby fuel. Getting enough fuel to drive the truck back to the compound, Jamie finds himself thinking about his new friend's poor understanding of the undead. Though Devon's naive hope does remind Jamie that these unholy creatures were once people, just like himself. The sick satisfaction he had from leaving this tormented woman imprisoned was wrong, and never again would Jamie lose sight of their decayed humanity. Feeling slightly more at peace with himself, and certainly the happiest he had been since the outbreak had occurred, Jamie doesn't just hope, but knows that the world can be reclaimed. If Devon is out there, then there must be more. People that need help, people that want to help. Jamie just needs to find a way to reach them, to bring them home.
Afraid of the outdoors? Good lord. No wonder they put you on desk duty.
You know what, smartass? I don't see you bragging about your life before all this. Guessing you weren't Mr. Macho Man strutting his stuff around at school.
Fair enough.
But seriously, you've pestered me. What about you? What kind of stuff are you into, kid? What'd your days look like before all this?
You're going to be an asshole about it, but I'm already crapping in a bucket in my basement, so it can't be much worse. I was vice president of our AV club at school, and I spent most of my afternoons visiting my grandma at her old folks' home while Mom was at work.
I ain't going to laugh at you, kid. I'm the last person who should be throwing shit around. No pun intended.
At least you're not the last person.
Yeah, thank God for that. Quickly and happily falling into the routine of bonding with his new friend over the radio, Jamie starts to forget the dangers of this world as he continues to work on his outpost in Weston. Abruptly reminded of the potentially deadly side effects of complacency, Jamie is stunned not by his near brush with death, but the thought of such a thing occurring to his new companion. Jamie and Devon had shared laughs, had kept each other company, but all in a singular moment, Jamie knew that their agreed ignorance couldn't continue. Kid, we've been talking long enough that I know you're not stupid, and I've held off on this probably longer than I should have, but we have to talk about your mother.
I don't know what you're about to say, man, but you better be careful choosing your next words.
Devon, I know it's hard. I wish I didn't, but I do. That thing upstairs ain't your mama. It's a threat. It's a threat that if you don't handle, could be the end of you.
The fuck you know about it? Did you kill your mother when this happened? Or your wife? Did you not even have a family? You don't know shit, Jamie.
Devon, listen to me. These things aren't people. I struggled with the same thing at first too. But after seeing the things I've seen, doing the things I've done, whatever was once there is gone.
Doing the things you've done? Tucked away in your farm? Screw you, Jamie. I know you've been full of shit. What fucking cop who's afraid of the outdoors owns a farm? You're a liar, and you're not gonna tell me shit about my mother.
I know you're upset, kid, but this ain't the time to be playing pretend. If you let me, I can help you. I can walk you through it so you'll be safe, so that you can survive this.
Surviving by becoming a murderer? Go fuck. Shit.
Devon?
I'm getting off. Mom heard me. I have to be quiet.
Following the argument with Devin, Jamie can't help but feel the sting of his words. Too much of Jamie had slipped away, or had been forced down during this whole trial, suppressing all the painful emotions that waited in the back of his mind in ambush. Smothering his worries for Devin, Jamie hopes to at least vent his fury and frustration against a deserving target, planning another burn to clear even more of the dead from West Point. Struggling all morning to get the necessary preparations in place and fending off the relentless infected, Jamie is faced with only more anger as the cruiser's battery dies with a pathetic whimper. Left isolated and unhinged, Jamie can't bear to head back home yet, as he worries his radio will remain silent throughout the night. Instead, he opts to explore one of the roads leading to his sanctuary, and is delighted to find ample sources of relief. I haven't felt the need to write on you for a while, which I'll call a victory for sure. Since my last entry, I've finally contacted someone on the radio. His name is Devin. He's just a kid, but at least it's someone to feel human with again. I already worry for him. Hell, I always worry for myself, but this kid, he doesn't know what it's like. He doesn't know how horrific the world truly is. Today, while I was out scouting between my home and West Point, I realized that the dead are inching closer and closer, day by day. If left unchecked, soon they'll be knocking down my door. Jamie. As Jamie stacks up the bodies of the undead, he begins to tell himself that not only is he defending himself, but potentially saving the other survivors of this world from their wretched claws. Whether or not it's true, Jamie uses the thought as a crutch for his resolve, as his legs ache and his heart breaks with each blast from his shotgun.
Jamie, I'm ready. Tell me what I have to do.
You got your jacket on and gloves, no flesh showing?
Yep, no skin.
Alright, walk me through the plan, step by step.
Sneak upstairs. Make sure none of them are around. Close the curtains as I go. Get a knife from the kitchen. Go to Mom's room. Crack open the door. Then wait for her to show her head.
That's right. It's head, not anywhere else. Don't assume it's over until you see it stop moving. You got that, Devin?
Yeah, I got it.
I know how bad it is, kid. It's not going to be easy. But I know you can do it. I know you can.
Yeah, I just... No time like the present, I guess.
I'll be waiting here when you're done. I'm not going anywhere, kid.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
How you doing this morning, kid?
I don't know. Didn't sleep much. I was thinking.
About?
Why us? I mean, why didn't we get sick? Is it something we did? Is it something we didn't do? Is there some sort of punishment? And if it is, who are the ones being punished? Or is it all just random luck?
I don't know, kid. And to be honest, I've been avoiding that question as much as I can. I don't know why all this started, but I do know why I'm not one of them. Because I'm a coward.
Yeah, me too.
Filled with a spectrum of troubling emotions, Jamie once again denies confronting them as he goes about replacing the battery in the bait cruiser and lighting the fires for another burn. Watching the moths being drawn to the flame, he feels the chilling comfort of apathy setting in as more and more of these shadows of people burn away.
Jamie, I need your advice.
Well, that's not good, but what's up, kid?
Well, I searched Mom's room after, you know, and I found my birthday present under her bed. I don't know if I should open it.
I'm assuming it's not your birthday yet.
No, not until the 18th.
Turning 18 on the 18th. Well, that's something special, kid. I think you should wait. Try and make the day special.
Yeah, I just wish I had some canned cake or something.
Well, there's gotta be something down there that you like more than everything else.
I have 3 cans left of peaches, which I really like. Guess I was saving them for something.
Perfect. I think I got some as well, so we can both partake.
Alright, it's a date. But don't get me anything, cause I can't get you shit.
Wouldn't dream of it, kid. Though the idea of a looming birthday celebration provides a seed of hope for Jamie, he still can't steer away from the desire to continue his cleansing of the nearby town. Whether it was the vague hope of victory over the undead, or just the endless desire to feel productive, Jamie doesn't care what drives him as he passes over the ashes he has left in his wake. Fully prepared to light the fires, the world itself appears to intervene as a constant drizzle begins and washes away any chance of starting a burn today, though that doesn't stop Jamie's bloodlust until the drizzle turns to an outright pour. Driving home bitter and soaked, he tries to stay productive by pulling the junker car into the garage, but is only more enraged when he realizes he doesn't know where to begin when getting under the hood. With thunder rolling in, Jamie confirms his suspicions on the radio and hears nothing but broken static beneath the thick clouds of the storm. Desperate to vent his agitation and stave off loneliness, he wields his sledgehammer savagely to begin the process of converting his front porch into a lookout, ignoring all the annoyances of toiling in the heavy rain. Only once the thunder strikes too close for his liking does he go inside, but quickly he is forced to face just how reliant he had become on Devon's company. Nothing could distract him now from the thoughts that had been raised, and all Jamie was left with was the ugly truth he had been refusing to face. Still trapped beneath the oppressive and isolating thunderstorm that had cut off his communication with Devon, Jamie searches for something to keep him busy and sane. Unable to sleep soundly, and left constantly worrying about his companion, Jamie finally is allowed a sliver of hope as the rain stops and a heavy fog rolls in. Heading directly to his radio, he still only hears the infuriating static of a dead channel, but he simply tells himself that the weather has to clear a bit more, and surely that's coming soon. Knowing that he'll lose whatever little grasp on reality he had if he stayed home, Jamie decides to take his new opportunity to finally go through with the burn he had been planning in West Point. Clearing the first spot of the lingering creatures of death, he is gifted with a small victory of being able to hotwire the damaged police cruiser, allowing him to limp it along versus towing it each and every time. Concerningly satisfied with the display of burning monsters, Jamie is finally able to remove his mind from the constant worry of young Devon for a brief moment, though the show of smoke and flame can only distract him for so long. Writing in this always feels like defeat now, but something has happened to Devon, and I can't keep myself sane with all this silence. We had discussed the fact that his power wouldn't last forever, so maybe it's simply that. But it just worries me, not knowing. I hope he isn't stupid enough to go out looking for a generator, but I was the idiot who gave him the instructions on how to use one. Instead of sitting around and staring at the radio all day, I continued to burn the dead from West Point, maybe in the hopes that I'm saving some other Devon out there. But more than likely, it's just to keep me busy and safe. Jamie. Endless mostly haunted and restless, Jamie can't help but wonder if the weather was no longer to blame for Devon's absence. Though the fog still lay thick across Knox County, there should have been some strangled signal from his friend. Clearing another small patch of West Point, Jamie begins to realize the progress he's making towards the school, but is found humbled by the rain once more, forcing him to delay more burns until it clears. On his way back into West Point, he finds more undead leaking from its sprawl like pus from an infected wound. If left unchecked, these shambling corpses would eventually wander to Jamie's home, giving him all the justification he needs to dispose of them. the rain coming and going enough to start a burn, Jamie uses the dry fuel from the cruiser's trunk to begin before the rain proves to not be the only roadblock. The siren had died. Whether it was the equipment itself or the battery dead, it didn't matter. Now the undead were alight and left to wander freely, potentially leading to an inferno that Jamie could no longer control. Showing its usefulness for once, the rain serves to snuff out the spread, but that still doesn't calm Jamie's nerves as he realizes how close he came to fully losing his dominance. With the weather finally clear and Devon's birthday growing closer and closer without contact, Jamie feels a growing fury in his core that he is intent to release upon the horrid creatures of this ruthless world. Knowing his old tactic of using the cruiser is ruined, Jamie doesn't let go of the goal of reaching the school he had been fighting towards since this all began. Without a plan, and without care for himself, he simply throws his aggression towards the infected without a second thought. My tactic of burning the infected has been unexpectedly sabotaged. Where I thought the cruiser's battery was going to be the constant annoyance, it actually proved to be the faltering electronics. Maybe if I was smart like Devin, I'd have a chance to repair it, but I'm not Devin, and I still can't raise him on the radio. I try my hardest not to assume the worst, but having any sort of hope in this world is dangerous. Fuck that kid if he did something stupid, and fuck me if I was the one who put the idea in his head. All I can hope for is that he gets back on before his birthday. If he misses that, then I don't know if I can keep lying to myself. Jamie. Trimming the hair out of his eyes, Jamie finds his fear of West Point growing less potent by the day. Not even discouraged by the thick fog, as he simply prepares for another day of slaughter. With the light beginning to fade, and his arm aching with fatigue by the time he makes it into the library he had sought after for so long, Jamie can't indulge in the wealth of knowledge as a near endless stream of undead shamble ever closer. Confident with enough time he'd be able to fully secure the building, Jamie allows them to keep their rotten grasp on the school for now. Heading home for much needed food and rest, Jamie idly hopes that his friend awaits him on the radio, but is only met with predictable disappointment as he drifts off to sleep.
Hey, Jamie? You still there?
Jesus Christ, kid, you scared the shit out of me. What happened?
Well, your signal got all gargled and then my power finally went out, so I had to go find a generator, which was eventful.
Damn it, kid, don't leave me on that. What happened? Are you alright? Are you back in your basement? Are you safe?
Oh yeah, Devin, it's nice to hear from you. What a lovely surprise. I'm glad you're alright. Jesus, Jamie.
Of course, I'm happy to hear from you, kid. But this isn't a joke. I don't worry about you for fun, you little shit. Tell me what happened. Please.
The power went out at night, so I waited until morning. I knew my friend Jimmy's dad had a generator in his garage, and he's just a few doors down, so I snuck back upstairs in the morning and looked out for sick people. I only saw a couple, so I put on my layers and got my knife, and I creeped through the yards. When I got to the garage, the door was locked, but the window was open, so I jumped in. I didn't have a flashlight, so I didn't see Mr. H in the corner, but I heard him coming at me. I couldn't see his head, but I got him a couple times until I finished him, like Mom.
Did he touch you? Grab you? Did he try to bite you? Anything?
I found a scratch on my wrist when I got home, but I don't know if it came from him or when I was dragging the generator through the window. Before you ask, I already disinfected it and bandaged it, so you don't need to nag me.
Damn it, kid. You... Yeah. Keep it clean. You did the right thing.
So, what have you been up to, besides worrying yourself to death?
Waking up early on Devin's birthday, Jamie lets the fresh adult sleep in, as he makes a dedicated effort not to worry. Today would be about Devin, and not all the deadly threats Jamie saw around every corner. Ready for the breakfast of champions?
Yeah, I have mine open. Been dreaming of these peaches for days now.
Well, bottoms up, kid. Actually, can't be calling you kid anymore, sir.
Oh, fuck off. You're already making me feel old. Damn. These are...
Fucking hell, don't be choking to death on your birthday. Slow down.
Wrong pipe.
Now, I haven't played since I was your age, so no laughing, and no, I ain't singing.
I'll get your wrinkled ass to sing for me next year.
Uh-huh. Now shut up and listen to Kentucky's finest guitarist.
Truly brought tears to my eyes. But I think I'm gonna use my birthday wish to get some extra sleep. Might have eaten those peaches a bit too fast.
Well, I won't say I told you so, but I'll be waiting by the radio when you get up.
Thanks, Jamie.
Devin, I don't know if you can hear this, but I have another storm coming in. My signal might get fuzzy until it clears.
Jamie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You're breaking up, but hopefully you can understand me. I'm sick. Like Mom.
No, you're not, Devin. Your mind's playing tricks on you because that's all you can think about. You're fine. It's probably just something minor.
No, I've seen it. I know. I'm sorry.
Don't be fucking apologizing to me. There's nothing for you to even be sorry for. You did everything right. You did just as I told you. You're going to be alright, Devin.
Jamie, I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
I don't want to be like Mom.
You won't be, man. You're gonna get through this.
I'm so sorry, Jamie.
Devin, if you apologize to me one more fucking time.
Goodbye.
Devin? Devin! Devin, no. No. Devin, no. Devin. No. Oh, God. I don't know if I'll write in this journal again, or if I'll ever find my way back to this place. It feels wrong to call it a sanctuary, when now all I can see is death and failure all around me. Devin's gone. The radio is trashed. I don't know what to do, but all I know is that I'm too much of a coward to check out of this fucking nightmare. Instead, I'm gonna show those undead fucks the true meaning of loss. If that kills me, so be it. I'm done. Jamie. Unable to stay in his home following the loss of Devin, Jamie ignores the lingering hangover from yesterday and immediately sets his sights on a farmhouse just outside West Point. Not having a plan besides killing as many of the undead as possible, he knows that he at least needs a relatively safe place to lay his head so he can continue his work. Driving into West Point as the morning fog begins to clear, he decides the school is as good a place as any to begin his slaughter, hoping that by the end of it he might actually be able to loot the library. Feeling some of the anguish from his loss blunted by the end of the first day, he returns back to his safe house to rest before striking out in search of relief once again. Throwing the majority of his ammo at the endless hordes throughout the day, he begins to see their numbers thinning as a true sense of accomplishment begins to grow in his heart. He knows tomorrow will more than likely bring him the satisfaction of clearing the school, but it will also likely be his last day away from home, as his lust for bloodshed and vengeance is beginning to subside. light begins to fade, he decides to loot some of the nearby homes on his way out, wanting to at least bring back some amount of food for all his efforts. Well, can't say I didn't ask for it, though the moment keeps replaying in my head like a broken record. It wasn't some horde, it wasn't during some desperate escape, it was one of them, precisely at the wrong time. I guess that's how it goes. It was the same with Devin. If you're finding this journal after I'm gone, then I guess I should explain. I'm bitten. I can already feel the infection spreading, my skin tingling, my mind clouding. This is it. This is the end of the road for me. Though I was honest with the kid at the time, I can't say that I'm scared anymore. I'm just tired. I struggled for as long as I could, but this world simply beat me. I hope that all I've done isn't for naught, and that this slice of safety along the river isn't lost completely. If you're reading this, then I suppose it isn't, and I encourage you to make this place your home as I had done. If you don't go storming into West Point like a lunatic, then there's no reason you couldn't hold up here for the rest of your days. Also, there is a town to the west that is set up as a nearby gas station. That should be plenty to feed the generator for the foreseeable future. My last request, if you do find me dead, is to bury me in the grave I dug in the front yard. Please don't disturb the can of peaches. I know it's a silly request, but I guess it doesn't fucking mean anything anymore. I'm going to sleep, and I'm gonna go find a nice place to die. Good luck, Jamie.